central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkabah and Shir Koma mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. So there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hekhalot or Merkabah literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, remember when you were a little kid and you would sit in the big kid chair? You would sit in like the big people chair, and you would be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like gritty recliner that's super comfortable that your like granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasang Persian unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow and right eyebrow and left ear and right ear and all these things, and you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkabah Shior Koma literature in the Guide to the Complex. That might be the target, at least, of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Menachem Kellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true, and I happen to believe that it is true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think that these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite in the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah, and this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's a C student and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just learn the liberal arts by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I didn't. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. very little survived, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt, the odds of it surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashdi Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, who we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekhala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekhala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you, is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekhala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what might be called quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head and like downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed, and the links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Merkabah mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are where we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. So just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails, which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast before we jump right in. So I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong room or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good, great. When I hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly, it's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong room or some other kind of mistake. Alright, folks, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic and the concept of magic is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that, really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin, right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer, right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to mean magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy, we do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic users. So, right, ditto, right, with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. Well, what do witches do? Oh, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle and what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does. The bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now, in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about tonight. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic because you can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's licit and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we would now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now, there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic, or something like magic, is condemned. There are practices, or really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, "There won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire." This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. "A kosim of kosamim, a me'onim, a menachesh, a mechashef, and a chover of chever, and one who asks of an oath or a gedoni, and the one who seeks the dead, dorish mate." Right? Now, what you see here, right, is that I've maintained all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are. All right, a me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean cloud. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Gedoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. And how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus. And that line, and I have to say, this line, Mechashefa lo techaye, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages, in the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechashefa lo techaye, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right? That's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, "Suffer not a witch to live," right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line justified they lean heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mefashef Elotetai. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We do see other texts like Mefashef, right? The masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does condemn both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. So at any rate, what do we do with this Mefashef Elotetai, right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim Urim. The Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it worked, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. When I say it worked, I mean, who knows what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of the Sotah ritual, there's no men suspected of adultery, you have to endure this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand, ash, and things, and drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, would cause her stomach to become upset, and she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Onan or Menachesh, those are forbidden. So what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right? We find the Akkadian word, for instance, kishpu, which does mean evil magic doer. And look at that, right? Look, we find, right, with the word Mefashefah, right? You can see, if you know some Hebrew, right, you can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right, and the pu sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible, into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word Mefashefah as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation, but you get the drift from the Akkadian word kishpu. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kind of not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is an image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitif Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are an ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural leap is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, and I think there's good reason to believe that it is, that makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical object. Now, just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that has ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound when thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about the Hebrew Bible. And I find that to be profoundly interesting. Right? Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is the material history, and we have to deal with it as such. Right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were doing magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself at some level? So it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites were worried about when they condemned magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors. Right? These people do this, we don't do that. Right? These people do this, we don't do that either. Right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a Kesamim. Don't be a Me'onim. Don't be a Menachesh. Right? Don't be a Chover Chevet. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, a very famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically, they're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Menachem down the road or Chava down the road, and they can like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life, or curse crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God. And that's worrying. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers where they can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead? That's all very anxiety-producing. If monotheism, a strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of power. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. But Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites once they've adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic. Then later on, fallen angels will teach people all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of Enoch. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is to be found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. Because where else would it be found? And that account, of course, is to be found in the story of the Baalat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Baalat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Baalat is relatively clear. It just means Baal means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, is just the one that's in control. Whatever. Aside, the Baalat Ov here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she's a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to Av, and maybe roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead, right? Now that's a really clunky translation, The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancer, right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, more specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with the Baalat Ov. But we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's probably related to the word dead ancestors. Is there special people that have access to those dead ancestors? So, you may know this story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going badly. Well, not only is it going badly, God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim, right? She's terrified, in fact. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in Akkadian text and Ugaritic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to a Rephaim as giants. This is a really mysterious term in Hebrew. At any rate, the Baalat Ov and Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. They don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandons Saul, and he dies the next day. In fact, he commits suicide dreadfully on the battlefield. So the Baalat Ov is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text never said, and the Baalat Ov was full of it, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it at some level, and she obliges him. So the Baalat Ov is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, we can imagine. So the image of the Baalat Ov, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Baalat Ov, because it indicates that she's an expert. Right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of weird Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible and Star Wars. So, anyway. So, the Baalat Ov of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of at least that text in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baalat Ov. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? The Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird, perhaps, are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy, but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal. Because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, Solomon, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have a king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite one, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile of the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know, there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survive all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period in the apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon wrangling. Demon wrangling. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple, in the Second Temple period, was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who could do miracles. You may know Choni the Circle Maker, right? Who is famous as, I think this is my partner, Rabbi Alana Alpert's favorite rabbi of all time is Choni the Circle Maker, who we have the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Choni, as you may know, is infamous for forcing God to make it rain, but not make it rain a lot, right? Choni said, I'm going to stand in this circle, and I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Choni, made it a torrent. And Choni said, that's too hard, God. Turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Choni left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Choni, because the idea here was that Choni was using powers to manipulate God. That's the thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and the Messiah, you may know of him. His name is Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. Although I think calling him Josh was fine with him. Yeah, his name just is the Jewish, the Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making. Predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central chord of Christianity, would probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Hanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting, flying around. Yeah, Hanina ben Dosa, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Hanina ben Dosa was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines, as well as great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon Bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the Sefer Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll get to that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon Bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that lasers, fire, shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them. And so he retreated back into the cave to wait it out. So we have something like Jewish Superman. All of the guys that invented Superman were Jewish, so I don't know. Maybe the laser eye thing they learned later. I have no idea. I'd like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon Bar Yochai, but I'm just going to believe that. I'm just going to go believe that they're a derivative of Shimon Bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. Bia Metzger, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism, the Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important, but that may be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, oh, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats that run around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like adjuration. These are magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons. That's bad. So why do we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts some, so you're always drinking the wine in odd numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, if you've ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat, we always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say the demons don't understand Aramaic. They do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic, so the demons won't get invited to our house to eat our food. Not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home in Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or do a lingo class to learn it, but maybe the demons are very busy. Further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. There's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with the demon and it causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts and the Tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouthness, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Pirkei Avot. But again, the more women or the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, it's clearly misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, linked with women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons and making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. Ugh, that's witchcraft. You see it? The othering, right? When men do it, yeah, we can get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And this again, here's an example of what seems to me patently a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate 18 of the Babylonian Talmud. 18 has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, on coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy, not a very good theory of epilepsy. But what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. But I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, it'll do until magic gets here. Looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredibly vague, right? The boundary between all these things is vague. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I have not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, 8-week class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Spark Notes version tonight. But I can guarantee you, if I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic, I guarantee you there is a ton in there. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, hope folks will forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek magical papyri, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you would cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull it up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient and late classical world. And these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. And I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this into a fire, and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn for me. We even have Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who Rachel it was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? Like, you got archaeology to deal with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this one survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shop or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would call people to curse people or call people to flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Mandean, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to bind. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're bound with chains. And then an incantation will be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in would be captured by the bowl, right? This is sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits from entering your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrew, vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you couldn't read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are written with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always for Jews, the Mandean ones are the Mandeans, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands of these. If you get your chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Tehillah Arts and Crafts for the little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Baka Day. They're going to make anything. Let them make these little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put it under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis in trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says, again, the Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up, folks, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books that we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer HaRazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. If you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sefer HaRazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Geniza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use those magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer HaRazim has a spell for you, and it uses these various magical, it manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Sar Torah literature does something similar. It allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people with sicknesses, because who doesn't get salty sometimes? Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Charba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings of Hebrew Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things, and you would use those sections along with a magical spell. And those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible and making people fall in love with you, cursing people and turning invisible, the same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and then used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well. And then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history, dangerous place. So the famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't do astrology, well, again, we got some text for you to deal with. Of course they did. Everyone did astrology. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic, and astrology to manipulate various forces in the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course, we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible army, which doesn't want to set a nation army, or whatever, right? Your Jack White quote by Malberry, right? But you can use the Sefer, the Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names of God, and you fast and sort of things as well in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear a identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, sort of horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic and history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalbush. It's still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions, so you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism that occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and it continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on Kamayot and Sekrelot, books on amulets, books on magical psalms to recite for various magical powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities you want to go. I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in the bookstores and I look through the shelves and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world, for instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world are also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there at the Isabel Freeman Center, right, all the way to B'nai B'rach, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnations are always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi blackout world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet movement. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Bohak and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly inexpensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Least likely born early.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new
What the
jalapeno
fuck is
jackpot
this
burger chicken
bullshit?
sandwich.
It is 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, 323 BC. Alexander the Great, who has, over the last decade, carved out one of the largest empires in human history, is dead. With no mature heir, wars soon erupt as Alexander's commanders and relatives fight over his crumbling empire. One of those commanders, however, does not see an end, but a beginning, and after being made governor of Egypt, eventually proclaims himself pharaoh, founding a Hellenic dynasty that will rule Egypt for 300 years, ending with the life and reign of Queen Cleopatra. The man's name? Ptolemy the first pharaoh of Ptolemaic Egypt. The man known to history as King Ptolemy I, Soter of Egypt, was most likely born in 367 BC. We have no clear record of his birth, but an ancient source called the Macrobii, traditionally attributed to the 2nd century AD writer Lucian of Samosata, claims that Ptolemy was 84 years old when he died in 283 BC, which would mean that he was born around 367 BC. He was born in the Kingdom of Macedon in northern Greece, which was in the process of emerging as the dominant power in the Greek world at the time of his birth. Ptolemy's father was most likely a Macedonian named Lagus, who came from an undistinguished family in the region of Eodia in western Macedonia. Despite his humble birth, Lagus married Arsinoe, a Macedonian noblewoman who was related to the royal family, the Argead dynasty, which claimed descent from the legendary hero Heracles. There is another theory concerning Ptolemy's parentage, though. The Greek geographer of the 2nd century AD, Pausanias, writing in his famous Description of Greece, a travelogue of the Greek world of the Eastern Mediterranean and of its many temples, history, and law, refers to a tradition which indicates that Ptolemy's father was not Lagus, but was instead King Philip II, who rose to become ruler of Macedon in 359 BC. According to this tradition, Arsinoe, Ptolemy's mother, was one of Philip's courtesans and was already pregnant by the time she married Lagus, with Philip's child. However, the claim that Ptolemy was Philip II's illegitimate son, and therefore Alexander the Great's half-brother, was probably invented by Ptolemy much later in his life, when he was trying to establish his claim to succeed Alexander after the latter's premature death. Had Ptolemy really been Alexander's half-brother, the latter would almost certainly have considered him a dynastic rival and a threat to his position. Alexander might well have had him murdered, rather than promoting him to become one of Macedon's most powerful generals, as we will see he did. Instead, Ptolemy became one of Alexander's friends and advisors. Ptolemy is known to have had a brother named Menelaus, who served as a general in Cyprus and later as a priest to the cult of Alexander in Alexandria. But no other siblings are mentioned in the historical records. At the time of Ptolemy's birth, the kingdom of Macedon was emerging as one of the major powers of the Greek world. The ruling Argead dynasty had held dominion over large parts of what is now northern Greece and North Macedonia, going back to the early 7th century BC. But the Macedonians were viewed as a rustic, semi-barbarous people by the more civilized Greeks of the city-states of the Aegean Sea and the Peloponnese. They fought differently too, often relying on cavalry divisions in their wars, unlike the infantry, hoplite soldiers of the Greek polis. But eventually, the culture of city-states like Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth diffused north, and the Macedonians became more entrenched in Greek culture and society. What was more, the rich Greek city-states to the south of Macedon were now ripe for conquest. In 404 BC, Sparta had finally triumphed over Athens in the Peloponnesian War, a power struggle for hegemony over the Greek world that lasted 27 years and exhausted all sides. Spartan dominance over the Greek city-states came to an end in 371 BC, when their armies were defeated by the Boeotian League, led by Thebes at the Battle of Leuctra. When King Philip II became ruler of Macedon in 359 BC, he was determined to establish Macedon as the new great power of the Greek world. He built a fearsome war machine by establishing a professional army and adopting new tactics. He developed the formidable Macedonian phalanx, consisting of rows of men armed with a shield and a long spear, known as the sarissa, giving them a range advantage in close quarters combat. Philip also established the elite companion cavalry, a unit made up of high-ranking nobles and close friends of the king, which often proved the decisive factor on the battlefield. After establishing his authority over the tribes of the southern Balkans, such as the Thracians, through military aggression and diplomacy, Philip turned his attentions southwards, and in a series of wars such as the Olynthian War and the Fourth Sacred War, replaced Thebes and the Boeotian League as the dominant power in central Greece and the Peloponnese. This was the political and military backdrop against which Ptolemy grew up. Like other Macedonian boys, he would have learned how to ride and hunt. He would also have learned to read and write in Greek. It is probable that in 353 BC, when he was 14 years old, Ptolemy was sent to become a royal page at King Philip II's court at Pella, the capital of the Kingdom of Macedon. It was certainly not as cultivated a place as Athens or Corinth. The Macedonians were known for their heavy drinking and tough upbringing, and many of their customs and traditions appalled the rest of the Greek world, particularly that of polygamy, as Macedonian kings married multiple wives to strengthen alliances at home and abroad. Although the Macedonians spoke Greek, they were called barbarians, perhaps because their accent was difficult to understand for Greeks who lived further south. Here, Ptolemy would have continued his training in the military arts, and by the time of his late teens, may have served in the army during Philip's campaigns of conquest, though this is not explicitly stated. Over time, Ptolemy became a close companion of Philip's son Alexander, who was born in 356 BC and who would have been only 3 years old when Ptolemy first arrived in Pella. Around 343 BC, Philip hired the famous philosopher Aristotle, the great intellectual successor to Plato, at Athens, to come to Pella and tutor the teenage Alexander. Ptolemy would have been in his mid-20s at this time, and while there is no record of him studying with Aristotle alongside the Macedonian prince, learning and scholarship would be a key part of Ptolemy's legacy as king of Egypt. Aristotle's arrival to Pella also points towards the manner in which Macedon was becoming the center of a more cosmopolitan kingdom at this time. It is worth briefly pausing here to assess exactly how we know anything at all about Ptolemy and where the gaps in our knowledge lie. The foremost primary source for the first half of his life, down to the time of the death of Alexander the Great, when Ptolemy was in his early to mid-40s, is the Anabasis of Alexander, a lengthy account of the conquest of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great and his campaign into Central Asia and India, written by Arrian of Nicomedia, a Greek historian of the 2nd century AD. An anabasis is an ancient Greek name for a lengthy campaign or expedition. Ptolemy necessarily features in the work. In fact, Arrian used Ptolemy's writings as some of his own source material. In his later life, Ptolemy became a historian himself, though, unfortunately, virtually everything he wrote has been lost, with only fragments of his texts surviving second-hand in the writings of later scholars like Arrian. A contemporary of Arrian in the Eastern Mediterranean, the historical biographer Plutarch wrote a life of Demetrius, one of Ptolemy's rivals for power in the decades following the death of Alexander and the fragmentation of his empire. Ptolemy appears regularly in this biography of Demetrius. Closer to Ptolemy's own time, Polybius and Diodorus Siculus, two Greek historians of the 2nd and 1st centuries BC respectively, both composed universal histories of the world, in which the conquests of Alexander and the wars fought by the rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms which followed therefrom are discussed. Again, Ptolemy and his family are discussed therein. Numerous other ancient texts shed light on his reign in Egypt and events there, some almost incidentally so. For instance, the 2nd century BC letter of Aristeas to Philocrates provides one of the most informative accounts of how Alexandria, the capital of Ptolemy's kingdom in Egypt, emerged as a great center of learning in the 3rd century BC. Finally, as with any ruler who reigned for the better part of 40 years in ancient times, there are many inscriptions on temples and civic buildings and other archaeological sources which can shed light on Ptolemy's reign. Still, it is a great pity that Ptolemy's own histories, like so many other works from the ancient world, have not survived. Back in the middle of the 4th century BC, when he was a young man, Ptolemy began his ascent through the ranks of the Macedonian army. In 339 BC, in response to a demonstration of Athenian and Theban resistance against Macedon's growing influence over the Greek city-states, King Philip marched on southern Greece. In the summer of 338 BC, the Macedonians faced a Greek coalition force at Chaeronea near Thebes. The 18-year-old Alexander commanded the left wing of the Macedonian army. Ptolemy may have been one of the officers at his side. During the battle, Alexander led the breakthrough against the Sacred Band, a 300-man elite Theban infantry unit. The following year, Philip summoned the Greek states to Corinth, and forced them to swear oaths to each other and him, establishing himself as the hegemon of the Greek world. Ptolemy was around 30 years old by then and was a trusted courtier to both Philip and Alexander. However, in 337 BC, he temporarily lost his court position. At that time, Alexander planned to marry the daughter of Pixodorus, the satrap or governor of Caria in what is now southwestern Turkey. Ptolemy was among 5 of Alexander's advisors who supported the offer against the king's wishes. A furious King Philip responded by banishing those involved from Pella. It is unclear where Ptolemy and his comrades went, but they may have been back in the capital by the time Philip was assassinated by one of his bodyguards in October 336 BC. The circumstances of Philip's death were murky, and it may have been the result of a palace coup. Following his father's untimely death, 20-year-old Alexander became King Alexander III of Macedon. His military exploits would soon earn him the epitaph Alexander the Great. The young king almost immediately faced a revolt from the southern Greeks, but he quickly defeated these opponents and re-established the League of Corinth. In 335 BC, while consolidating his power at home by purging potential rivals, Alexander led campaigns against the Triballi and the Illyrians to the north and west of Macedonia. Ptolemy is likely to have accompanied Alexander during these campaigns, since he described them in his histories, and portions thereof ended up in Arrian's Anabasis. While Alexander was fighting the Illyrians, he received news that Thebes had once again revolted. He thus marched south with a force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry, according to Ptolemy's account, again transmitted via Arrian. The Macedonians took the city with heavy casualties after the general Perdiccas, who commanded the vanguard, attacked without awaiting orders from Alexander. Diodorus Siculus does not mention Perdiccas launching his attack prematurely in his account, and it is likely that Ptolemy was seeking to denigrate Perdiccas, who was later one of his major rivals in the bloody civil wars that ensued following the death of Alexander. After capturing Thebes, Alexander brutally ordered the city to be razed to the ground. It would not be rebuilt for another 2 decades. Alexander then turned his attention towards the invasion of Asia, which his father, Philip, had been planning before he was assassinated. After leaving Greece in the hands of a loyal veteran general named Antipater, in the spring of 334 BC, Alexander led an army of at least 35,000 infantry and cavalry and sailed across the Bosporus to Asia. He then united his forces with 10,000 men under the Macedonian general Parmenion, who had been in Asia Minor since 336 BC, preparing the Macedonian forces there for the coming campaign. Ptolemy served with the infantry in Alexander's army, but his precise rank and role is unclear. Alexander, Ptolemy, and the Macedonian king's other close companions were now setting off to conquer the Persian Empire. Asia Minor, the ancient name for what we know as Turkey today, had been ruled since the middle of the 6th century BC by the Persian or Achaemenid Empire, a vast realm ruled by the Persians, a group who had emerged out of Iran or Persia in the 550s BC and rapidly conquered most of the known world. Their empire extended across the modern-day nations and regions of Iran, Iraq, Turkey, the Levant, Egypt, parts of northern Arabia, the Caucasus, and even into parts of Central Asia in Afghanistan and Pakistan, an area then known as Bactria. The Persians had even tried to conquer mainland Greece, but were famously repulsed during two invasion attempts in the early 5th century BC. Now, after 2 centuries of rivalry between the Greeks and the Persians, Macedon had emerged as a power that had united the Greek city-states, making them a power to rival Persia. Alexander consequently embarked in 334 BC on a campaign, or anabasis as Arrian would call it, to conquer Persia, an idea his father had contemplated before his premature death. This would involve clashes with local satraps or governors, minor kings who ruled the provinces of the Persian Empire on behalf of Darius III, the Persian king of kings, who had just succeeded to the throne far away in the Persian capitals, Susa and Persepolis in southern Iran. After crossing the Bosporus, Alexander's army was confronted by an army raised by the local Persian satrap Arsetes at the river Granicus. The Macedonian phalanxes easily overwhelmed the lightly armed Persians, and the Macedonians and Greeks won the first major victory of the campaign that would take Alexander, Ptolemy, and many others to the edge of the known world. Alexander's initial successes alarmed King Darius III, who began to raise a large army in Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq, to meet the Macedonian threat. As the Persian king marched north to confront Alexander, the two sides clashed at Issus in southern Turkey in November 333 BC. While Alexander's army was around 40,000 strong, ancient sources suggest that the Persians had up to 500,000 men, though modern estimates hold that the figure was more plausibly closer to 100,000 men. Again, while Ptolemy left a detailed description of the ensuing battle and would have been a participant, there is no information about where he was deployed or whether he had any men under his command. Knowing he could not engage the enemy in a conventional pitched battle, Alexander led his cavalry straight at Darius's position behind the Persian center. Although the Macedonian infantry came under heavy pressure from the Persians, Alexander did not allow himself to be distracted from his objective and continued his charge towards Darius. As the Macedonian cavalrymen cut their way through his bodyguard, Darius panicked and fled from the field. As Alexander had anticipated, the sight of their king fleeing caused the Persians to lose heart. With the Persian infantry and cavalry retreating in disorder, the Macedonians advanced and slaughtered many fleeing enemies. Although Darius had escaped, Alexander managed to capture a substantial number of the royal entourage, including Darius's mother, wife, and 2 daughters. Alexander demonstrated his magnanimity towards his royal captives and promised to protect them in Darius's absence. After marching south into Syria, Alexander's next target was to neutralize the Persian fleet, anchored at the port city of Tyre. The city was located on an island around half a mile offshore, a natural defensive point. In order to besiege it, Alexander ordered the construction of a causeway to enable his men to attack from land. The Tyrians managed to hold out for 6 months until the summer of 332 BC, but Alexander eventually captured the city by attacking on both land and sea. Alexander continued down the Mediterranean coast and captured Gaza after a brutal 2-month siege. His next target was Egypt, then a province of the Persian Empire governed by the satrap Mazaces. Although the Persians had ruled Egypt for almost 2 centuries, Persian rule remained unpopular, and Mazaces knew he could not resist. And duly surrendered to Alexander at the ancient capital of Memphis, to the south of present-day Cairo. Alexander was careful not to make Mazakas' mistake and treated Egyptian customs and religion with respect. Alexander gained popularity by restoring old Egyptian temples, and although he was not formally crowned pharaoh, he made sacrifices to Egyptian gods and assumed the titles and responsibilities associated with kingship in Egypt. Alexander was determined to make a visit to the Oracle of Amun-Ra in the Siwa Oasis, situated hundreds of miles to the west, near the border between modern-day Libya and Egypt. As Amun-Ra was the creator god of the Egyptian pantheon, the Greeks associated him with Zeus, their most important deity, and called him Zeus Ammon. Ptolemy was among the group of companions whom Alexander chose to accompany him on his journey from Memphis to the Siwa Oasis. The party took a circuitous route via the Nile Delta and the northern coast of Egypt, where the king founded a city named Alexandria. After marching west to the vicinity of what is now El Alamein, they turned south and made for the oracle. After consulting the priest, Alexander announced to his companions that he was the son of Zeus Ammon. All of this was Ptolemy's first experience of the land he and his family would come to rule for a period of nearly 3 centuries. While Alexander was in Egypt, the king of Persia had raised another large army to confront the Macedonian conqueror. When the two armies met at the Battle of Gaugamela in what is now northern Iraq on the 1st of October 331 BC, Alexander was once again heavily outnumbered and employed similar tactics as at Issus. On this occasion, he ordered his right flank to fall back, enticing the Persian cavalry commander Bessus to launch a premature attack. Bessus left a small gap in the Persian line, which Alexander immediately exploited, leading his cavalry towards Darius. As the Persian king turned to flee once again, Alexander and his horsemen set off in pursuit, but soon returned to the battlefield at Gaugamela to relieve Parmenion on the Macedonian left, who had been struggling to hold back the numerically superior Persian infantry commanded by Mazaeus, satrap of Babylon. By the time Alexander returned, the crisis was over as Mazaeus' men realized their king had abandoned them once again, giving Parmenion the opportunity to counterattack. Following his victory at Gaugamela, Alexander marched south to occupy Babylon, where he decided to maintain the satrapy system and confirmed Mazaeus in his office. He then proceeded southeast towards the Persian heartland of Persis, taking possession of the royal capital of Susa in December. Alexander's next target was the city of Persepolis. As Darius attempted to raise a third army, Ariobarzanes, satrap of Persis, defended a pass over the Zagros Mountains known as the Persian Gates. Confined to a narrow defile, Alexander's men were cut down by the defending Persians. Alexander's progress was stalled for a month until a local shepherd informed him of a mountain path that would enable him to circumvent Ariobarzanes' position. Ptolemy claimed that Alexander gave him command of 3,000 men to attack the enemy in the center of the pass, while the king marched his men behind Ariobarzanes. However, Arrian suggests that Ptolemy was deployed further in the rear and entrusted to prevent any Persians from escaping. By late January 330 BC, Alexander's army arrived in Persepolis. Alexander ordered the destruction of palace buildings associated with Xerxes the Great, the Persian king who had invaded Greece a century and a half earlier, during which the city of Athens had been sacked. According to one account, the destruction of Persepolis was encouraged by an Athenian woman in the Macedonian entourage named Thais, who would later become one of Ptolemy's wives. After 3 months in Persepolis, Alexander continued the chase for Darius, who was now seeking to raise a new army in Central Asia. Darius's string of military failures encouraged a rebellion by his commander Bessus, who had the King of Kings killed before proclaiming himself as King Artaxerxes V. Cautious of irritating local sentiment, when he arrived in Central Asia, Alexander ordered Darius's body to be buried in Persepolis with full ceremonial honors. As Alexander prepared to take on Bessus, he was himself the target of an assassination plot instigated by a friend named Dimnos. Although the plot had been known of to Philotas, Parmenion's son and commander of the Campanian cavalry, he did not inform Alexander about it. Once Alexander learned both of the plot and Philotas's knowledge of it, he eliminated the conspirators and executed both Philotas and Parmenion for treason. Alexander's primary motivation for eliminating the pair was probably because they had criticized the king for his growing adherence to Persian customs over Greek ones. Alexander responded by promoting trusted friends to senior positions. His closest companion, Hephaestion, became one of the commanders of the Campanian cavalry, while Ptolemy obtained a more senior position. By now in his mid-30s, Ptolemy had played a role in the commanding of the Macedonian forces throughout the campaign to conquer the Persian Empire. However, it is difficult to be sure exactly how senior his position was during these years. The sources we have available focus, for obvious reasons, on Alexander, even where they are derived from Ptolemy's histories. Furthermore, even where they do mention Ptolemy, it's debatable how much we can trust them. Ptolemy would have been keen in later years to stress his own seniority amongst the companions of Alexander, and any source like Arrian that relied on his own writings might have fallen prey to believing Ptolemy's own exaggerations. These issues aside, it does seem relatively clear that Alexander's elimination of Parmenion and Philotas enabled Ptolemy to rise to a more prominent position within the Macedonian leadership in 330 BC. In the months that followed, Alexander's army braced the difficult conditions to cross the Hindu Kush in the winter of 330 BC and 329 BC, forcing Bessus to retreat to Sogdiana in what is now Uzbekistan. After taking the city of Balkh, Alexander prepared to cross the Oxus River, now known as the Amu Darya, into Sogdiana. Although Bessus managed to destroy the boats on the river to prevent Alexander from making his crossing, the latter issued a message to the remaining Persian armies, offering friendship with anyone who could bring Bessus to him as a captive. Two Sogdian chieftains named Spitamenes and Dataphanes duly informed Alexander they had arrested Bessus. The king gave Ptolemy his first independent command by sending him at the head of some 5,000 men to take Bessus into custody. Ptolemy delivered the Persian usurper to Alexander, who sent him to Balkh, where he had his nose and ears cut off before being executed the following year. Despite surrendering Bessus, Spitamenes and Dataphanes soon turned against Alexander and began waging a guerrilla war in the mountains of Central Asia. Alexander responded with a brutal pacification campaign, in the course of which he appointed Ptolemy as commander of one of the detachments which worked to restore order in the region. In the meantime, Alexander continued to be criticized by his companions for his embrace of Eastern customs and his insistence on remaining in Asia. Many of his followers wanted to return home. They had marched east to conquer the Persian Empire, but now, having done so, their king seemed to be intent on wandering even further east to lands few Greeks or Macedonians had ever heard of, let alone visited. The growing resentment boiled over in the summer of 328 BC, when Alexander's old friend Clytus, who had saved his life at the Battle of the Granicus River, launched into a drunken rant targeted at Alexander and the companions like Ptolemy, who sycophantically praised his exploits. As the furious Alexander rushed up to Clytus, Ptolemy intervened and dragged the latter out of the room. But as the king continued to shout his curses, Clytus broke away from Ptolemy and ran back to continue the argument with Alexander. The king immediately grabbed a spear from one of his bodyguards and killed Clytus on the spot. As the unrest grew towards Alexander's actions, it is very possible that Ptolemy's stock grew in the king's eyes, as he established himself as an unflinching supporter of Alexander's plans. This would leave Ptolemy in a good position when the time came a few years later for a successor to emerge. The campaign against Dataphanes and Spitamenes was otherwise coming to an end in Central Asia. Alexander's men performed an extraordinary feat in capturing a fortress known as the Sogdian Rock by scaling up a sheer cliff face under the cover of darkness. Ptolemy played an important role in the siege of the equally formidable rock of Chorienes, protected by a deep ravine which Alexander sought to bridge. Ptolemy was one of three men responsible for the night operations which enabled Alexander to build a wooden bridge and deploy his siege machines. In the spring of 327 BC, Alexander married Roxana, the daughter of a Bactrian nobleman. The decision caused further dissension among some of Alexander's friends, who wanted him to marry a Greek woman. Ptolemy seems to have acted as intelligencer for Alexander during this period, bringing information to the king about potential plots against him. Despite the unrest, Alexander was determined to march further east to India, and in mid-327 BC, he divided his army into two columns and marched towards the Indus River. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led his column through the Swat Valley, where they faced formidable resistance from the Aspasian peoples. During the next phase of the campaign, Ptolemy led Alexander's left flank at the siege of Arrhegium, while Leonatus, another of Alexander's bodyguards, commanded the Macedonian right. In Ptolemy's later account, Alexander and Leonatus swiftly overcame enemy resistance, but he himself faced a tougher challenge before he eventually prevailed. During the final stage of his march towards the Indus Valley, Alexander besieged several fortresses belonging to the Assassini people. During the siege of Massaga, the Macedonians killed the local king and prompted the queen to offer her surrender. Ptolemy played a prominent role at the final siege of the campaign against the mountaintop fortress of Aeornus. He was stationed at a summit on the opposite side of the ravine. Alexander bridged it in order to take the position. Alexander quickly moved on towards the Hydaspes River to do battle with Porus, a neighboring Indian prince who resisted Alexander's rule. Ptolemy accompanied Alexander as he led a detachment on a flank attack, but the movement was poorly executed, and Alexander found himself facing the entire enemy army. Nevertheless, he won a decisive victory, captured Porus, and made him his vassal. Although Alexander continued to push east, his men were no longer willing to follow him, and he was finally persuaded to turn back. Alexander wanted to reach the Indian Ocean and build a fleet at the Hydaspes, but after the fleet was damaged in a storm, he decided to besiege the city of Mali in the Punjab. Alexander and a handful of senior officers scaled the wall of the enemy citadel, but were soon stranded when the ladders collapsed beneath them. During this engagement, the king was struck by an arrow in his neck and was shielded by an officer named Bucastus, while the rest of the army stormed the gates and massacred the garrison before they could inflict further damage. Arrian refers to accounts of Ptolemy being the man responsible for shielding Alexander. It was from this that he allegedly acquired his nickname Soter, meaning savior. He has become known by this ever since, establishing the name Ptolemy Soter. It also set a precedent whereby members of the Ptolemaic dynasty he founded in Egypt acquired cognomens that were added to their regnal name. The acquisition of the Soter name was one of the last actions of the India campaign. Not long after this, Alexander, Ptolemy, and the other Macedonians turned back westwards for Persia. Back in Persia at Susa, in the early spring of 324 BC, Alexander organized a mass marriage ceremony between his senior officers and companions and numerous Persian noblewomen. The idea here was to mingle the Macedonian and Persian nobility in ways which would create a more homogeneous empire over the coming decades. Alexander himself married 2 Persian princesses, while Ptolemy married Artacama, the daughter of a Persian nobleman named Artabazus. Ptolemy does not appear to have been very fond of his Persian wife, and may have quickly divorced her after Alexander's death. Matters deteriorated further thereafter. In the summer of 324 BC, after the king had dismissed his veteran army and allowed them to return home as they had hoped, Alexander suffered a personal tragedy with the death of Hephaestion. He responded by indulging in even heavier drinking than he was already used to. Alexander appointed Perdiccas as his new second-in-command and sent him to convey Hephaestion's body to Babylon, where a grand funeral ceremony was held. In early 323 BC, Alexander went to Babylon and prepared to lead a campaign into the Arabian Peninsula. While Alexander had suffered several battle wounds, some of which threatened to kill him, he had otherwise been healthy. But in mid-323 BC, he suddenly fell ill and died in mid-June, a few weeks short of his 33rd birthday. While Alexander had a 4-year-old son named Heracles, born to his Persian mistress Barsine, the young boy's illegitimate birth excluded him from the succession. Alexander's Bactrian wife, Roxana, was several months pregnant, but there was no guarantee that she would give birth to a son who would live. In any event, there was no way that the enormous empire which Alexander had built over the preceding decade could be held together during the long minority rule of a child that was not even born yet. The question of how to reach a political settlement following Alexander's suspicious death would frame the rest of Ptolemy's life. During his illness, Alexander summoned Perdiccas to his side and gave him his signet ring to deputize for him. According to Ptolemy's later account, as Alexander's condition deteriorated, his generals gathered at his bedside and asked who would succeed him, to which the king answered, quote, "To the best." He died shortly thereafter. This prophetic anecdote has been challenged by modern historians, who note that Alexander had an elder half-brother, Arrhidaeus, who could be expected to continue the Argead royal line, although he suffered from some form of mental incapacitation, which meant that he would only be able to execute royal duties with the regency. Due to his position as Alexander's deputy, Perdiccas took charge of affairs and chaired a meeting of Alexander's generals and bodyguards to decide on the succession question. With himself in mind, Perdiccas proposed a regency which would last until Roxana's child, presumed to be a son, came of age. Others put forward their claims to act as regent. Ptolemy spoke against all the proposed candidates and suggested a council of equals who would work together to govern the empire as satraps. This and other plans were rejected until one of those gathered spoke in favor of Arrhidaeus, upon which an officer named Meleager brought Arrhidaeus into the meeting and proclaimed him as King Philip III. Eventually, the parties agreed to a compromise in which Arrhidaeus would be king. If Roxana subsequently gave birth to a son, the two would be joint rulers. Perdiccas would remain as second in command, but Meleager would serve as his deputy. Almost immediately, Perdiccas disregarded the arrangement by sidelining King Philip and eliminating Meleager. He then declared himself regent to Philip III and agreed to Ptolemy's proposal to divide the empire into satrapies, which he believed would allow him to isolate his rivals and eliminate them one by one. As part of this arrangement, Ptolemy became satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy had suddenly emerged as the ruler of one of the richest and most cultured parts of Alexander's recently assembled empire. The River Nile ensured that Egypt was a fertile land, one which had been the cradle of one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. At the same time, the surrounding desert and the marshes of the Nile Delta made the country easier to defend. Here, Ptolemy would be able to build up his power in the months and years ahead, as his rivals inevitably came to blows elsewhere. Wars were not slow in breaking out. Following Alexander's death, the Greeks almost immediately rose up against Macedonian rule, prompting Antipater and Craterus, two of the other former companions of Alexander, to join forces to defeat the uprising and impose direct rule. Perdiccas was alarmed by the army that Antipater and Craterus had under their command and prepared to do battle with them. Ptolemy remained in Babylon with Perdiccas for several months, during which time Roxana gave birth to a son named Alexander, who was duly proclaimed as King Alexander IV, alongside his half-uncle Philip III, in accordance with the earlier agreement. Ptolemy probably arrived in Egypt in 322 BC. As ruler of Egypt, Ptolemy followed Alexander's example and promoted the traditional religion of the country. Ptolemy initially governed Egypt from Memphis, but would later relocate to Alexandria, which was still under construction at the start of his reign. To strengthen his position on the Mediterranean coast, he formed an alliance with the people of the island of Cyprus and also took advantage of a political dispute in Cyrenaica, in what is now Libya, to bring that region under Egyptian control. In the summer of 321 BC, Ptolemy received information that after spending
Do you think you're cooler than Ptolemy? Yeah, dog. Dog.
In 2 years preparing a fabulous casket and carriage, Perdiccas was preparing to finally transport Alexander's body to Macedonia from Mesopotamia. In September 321 BC, Ptolemy executed an audacious plan to steal the king's remains at Damascus and justified his action by claiming that Alexander's final wishes were to be buried at the oracle of Zeus Ammon in the Siwa oasis, which the great king had visited while in Egypt back in 331 BC. However, after seizing the body, Ptolemy made no effort to take the late king's body to the oracle, and instead placed it in a temporary tomb in Memphis before transferring it to Alexandria to strengthen his legitimacy. Ptolemy's kidnapping of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority as a regent, and he responded by launching an invasion of Egypt in mid-320 BC in the name of the two kings, who were part of his entourage. Although his army began to melt away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier, Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels. But Ptolemy proved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis, but his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. After, Perdiccas ordered the men to withdraw. Those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades and took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles. With his army in disarray, Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus but his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy. However, after seizing the body, Ptolemy made no effort to take the late king's body to the oracle, and instead placed it in a temporary tomb in Memphis before transferring it to Alexandria to strengthen his legitimacy. Ptolemy's kidnapping of Alexander's body was an open challenge to Perdiccas' authority as a regent, and he responded by launching an invasion of Egypt in mid-320 BC in the name of the two kings, who were part of his entourage. Although his army began to melt away almost immediately after crossing the Egyptian frontier, Perdiccas made his way towards Memphis and attacked the nearby fort of the Camels. But Ptolemy proved equal to the task and defended the fort from its walls. Perdiccas then marched directly on Memphis, but his men struggled to swim across the Nile, and many drowned in their heavy armor. After, Perdiccas ordered the men to withdraw. Those who had already swum across to the far bank noticed the plight of their drowned comrades and took off their armor to swim back. Many of them were allegedly eaten by crocodiles. With his army in disarray, Perdiccas was soon stabbed to death by two of his subordinates, Seleucus and Python. Ptolemy treated Perdiccas' men magnanimously and presented gifts to the joint kings Philip and Alexander, which led Philip III to confirm his status as satrap of Egypt. Ptolemy was offered the regency, but refused and remained in Egypt with Alexander's body, while the two kings departed for Macedonia. Following Perdiccas' death, Alexander's surviving successors met at Tryparadesus in Syria in 320 BC to work out a new arrangement. Alexander IV was still an infant, and Philip III was not considered capable of ruling in his own right. A new regent was needed. The meeting was chaired by Antipater, a grand old man of around 80 years of age by then. It was agreed that he would become regent, but this was only a temporary solution given Antipater's age. His ally Antigonus, previously only satrap of Phrygia in northern Asia Minor, inherited Perdiccas' armies in Asia, while Perdiccas' assassin Seleucus was named satrap of Babylon. Ptolemy was confirmed as satrap of Egypt and strengthened his ties to Antipater by marrying his daughter Eurydice in 320 BC. 3 years later, Ptolemy would also marry her niece, Berenice, as he firmly adopted the polygamy that Alexander had promoted. Ptolemy seems to have had at least 4 wives at various times. The following year, the elderly Antipater died. His son, Cassander, would eventually emerge as his successor, as regent in Greece and Macedon, who soon seized Olympias, Alexander the Great's mother, and executed her. He also placed the infant king Alexander IV and Roxana under house arrest, while publicly presenting himself as their protector. Philip III was also killed during these events. Thus, in the early 310s BC, the former companions of Alexander and other figures like Cassander and Seleucus, who had not really known the Macedonian king, but who were now emerging as powerful figures in the civil war, dispensed with the pretense that they were trying to govern Alexander's empire as custodians of it until his son came of age to succeed him. They were clearly all trying to acquire their own slice of the empire to rule themselves. The civil wars which began during this time are known as the Wars of the Diadochi, Diadochi meaning successors in ancient Greek. These wars would last for 4 decades, the entirety of the rest of Ptolemy's life. In the years that followed, Antigonus took control of Mesopotamia and Syria and adjoining lands, forcing Seleucus to flee to Ptolemy for protection, warning him that Antigonus planned to become sole ruler of Alexander's empire and was planning an invasion of Egypt. In response, Ptolemy formed an alliance with Cassander and Lysimachus, satrap of Thrace, in 315 BC, and demanded that Seleucus be reinstated in Mesopotamia. It was probably at this time that Ptolemy moved his capital from Memphis to Alexandria, which was more strategically located in northern Egypt. While Antigonus attempted to use diplomatic means to undermine Ptolemy's allies in Cyprus, in 313 BC, an Egyptian fleet led by Seleucus defeated Antigonus's fleet and gained control of the whole island. In late 312 BC, Ptolemy fought a battle against Antigonus's forces near Gaza, during which Ptolemy effectively neutralized the enemy's war elephants by attacking them from below with javelins, adopting a tactic Alexander had used against Indian war elephants at the Battle of the Hydaspes. The victorious Ptolemy captured 8,000 enemy troops and soon retook Gaza. These gains were short-lived, as Antigonus prepared to join forces with his son to take their revenge on Ptolemy. Rather than risk a battle, Ptolemy retreated back to Egypt. By 311 BC, with all the combatants exhausted, Seleucus was able to retake Babylon and declare himself General of Asia in opposition to Antigonus. Following a new round of peace negotiations, Antigonus lost much of his territory. A temporary ceasefire obtained thereafter. As none of the Diadochi wanted to give up their lands, there were no complaints when Cassander arranged for Alexander IV and his mother Roxana to be poisoned in 310 BC. With Alexander IV's death, the Argead dynasty, which had ruled Macedonia for over 3 centuries, was extinguished. The Diadochi, like Ptolemy, were now free to give up the pretense that they were merely ruling their territories as satraps that would one day hand over power to Alexander IV when he came of age. With this, we can consider that Ptolemy had emerged fully as King Ptolemy I of Egypt. His regnal name is usually given as King Ptolemy I Sota, using the cognomen he had acquired years earlier for saving the life of Alexander the Great. Everyone understood that the peace agreement of 311 BC was merely a temporary lull, as all parties prepared for the renewal of conflict. Ptolemy was secure in Egypt, and he promoted his cause as Alexander's successor by placing Alexander's remains at the center of his new capital of Alexandria. After its foundation by Alexander in April 331 BC, the city was being built according to the designs of the architect Dinocrates of Rhodes, who connected the new city to the nearby island of Pharos via a causeway. The early building work was primarily focused on defense and trade. After taking Alexander's body to Alexandria, Ptolemy built a mausoleum known as the Sema, and set up a religious cult to honor Alexander as a god. This structure was replaced a century later by a new mausoleum built by Ptolemy IV, which was integrated into the palace complex and served as the royal tomb of the whole Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy would also found the city of Ptolemais near Thebes, which served as his capital of southern Upper Egypt. Together with Alexandria and the nearby trading port of Naucratis, Ptolemais was one of 3 cities in Egypt which enjoyed the status of a Greek city-state and had its own elected officials. While Alexander the Great had ordered the building of dozens of cities called Alexandria while he was undertaking his campaigns, the Alexandria he founded in northern Egypt would grow to become the most preeminent of these urban centers under the patronage of the Ptolemaic dynasty. While he would build Alexandria into one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, Ptolemy's ambitions extended far beyond Egypt. In 310 BC, after a period of consolidation, during which he solidified his control over Egypt and Cyrenaica and strengthened his armies, he resumed hostilities in the Wars of the Diadochi. He sent his forces against Antigonus, though with mixed success. The following year, in 309 BC, Ptolemy personally led an army to occupy the western coast of Asia Minor, and the following year he was challenging Cassander in Greece, seeking not only to bring the League of Corinth under his control, but to conquer his native Macedonia. At around this time, Ptolemy circulated a document he claimed to be Alexander's will, which stipulated that his full sister Cleopatra should marry Ptolemy. Cleopatra accepted the proposal, but was soon put to death by Antigonus before she could do so. It has been speculated that it was only after learning of Cleopatra's demise that Ptolemy came up with the idea of claiming that he was a son of King Philip II of Macedon, and thus a half-brother of the deceased Alexander. Moreover, his decision to launch a campaign against Cassander in Greece and Macedon indicates that he aspired to unite all of Alexander's former empire under his rule. Despite these claims, though, Ptolemy found little support among the Greeks and returned to Egypt, though he remained in partial control of the key city of Corinth and had strengthened his dominance of the eastern Mediterranean. The wars over the next several years centered on the eastern Mediterranean and control over territories like the islands of Rhodes and Cyprus, the latter of which Ptolemy had established control of early on in the Wars of the Diadochi. For instance, Antigonus sent his son Demetrius to try and take control of Athens in 307 BC, and then later to attack Cyprus. The latter expedition proved successful, and Ptolemy temporarily lost control of the island. Fresh from his success, in 306 BC, both Antigonus and Demetrius assumed the title of king. The likes of Ptolemy and Cassander had also been de facto kings, and soon followed suit and began circulating coins with their likenesses. Despite his defeat at sea off Cyprus, Ptolemy rallied and set up his camp at Elysium, near present-day Port Said, where he awaited a large invasion force of more than 80,000 men under the joint command of Antigonus and Demetrius. A combination of poor weather and Ptolemy's tactic of encouraging enemy troops to defect by offering them bribes forced Antigonus and Demetrius to turn back. It is possible that it was at this time that Ptolemy began formally using the epithet of Soter that he had acquired years earlier, though it is more likely that Ptolemy began using this name officially in 304 BC, after he helped to defend Rhodes from invasion by Demetrius, following which the thankful Rhodians set up a religious cult in Ptolemy's honor. After his failure to take Rhodes, Demetrius strengthened his position in Greece at the expense of Cassander. Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus renewed their alliance with Cassander and attacked Antigonus in Asia Minor, forcing Antigonus to recall his son from Greece, while Ptolemy recaptured Syria and Phoenicia. In 301 BC, Lysimachus led a coalition army to victory against Antigonus and Demetrius at the Phrygian town of Ipsus, during which Antigonus was killed. Ptolemy, Lysimachus, and Seleucus, who by then were the only three survivors among Alexander's original successors, amongst whom Seleucus had only ever had a tenuous link to the dead king, proceeded to divide Antigonus's vast domain among themselves. Lysimachus received the western half of Asia Minor. Seleucus took over the remainder of Antigonus's territory, extending all the way to Central Asia. Ptolemy's gains in Syria and the Levant were relatively modest, and his relations with Seleucus were strained by a dispute over possession of Phoenicia, in particular the wealthy cities of Tyre and Sidon. During the ensuing diplomatic reshuffle of the early 290s BC, Ptolemy established marriage ties to Lysimachus, while Seleucus reached out to Demetrius. Not long afterwards, Seleucus and Demetrius unexpectedly sought a reconciliation with Ptolemy. As part of the deal, Demetrius sent his ally King Pyrrhus of Epirus to Alexandria as a hostage for his good behavior. Ptolemy and Demetrius were soon at war again following developments in Greece, where Cassander had died in 297 BC. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Philip IV, who ruled for a few months before his own death, leaving the kingdom jointly ruled by Cassander's younger sons, Antipater I and Alexander V. Ptolemy responded by restoring Pyrrhus to his throne at Epirus, which he had lost after the Battle of Issus. Located in what is now southern Albania, Epirus bordered Macedonia to the west, enabling Pyrrhus to intervene on behalf of Macedonia. Demetrius would also become embroiled in these conflicts, eventually emerging as king there in 294 BC. By this time, the interminable wars of the Diadochi were entering their final stage. There was only so long that all the parties involved could maintain large armies for, and new concerns were emerging in the west, where Pyrrhus of Epirus would soon be drawn to defend the Greeks of southern Italy against an emerging power there, the Roman Republic. For his part, Ptolemy took advantage of Demetrius' absence in Macedonia by retaking control of the eastern Mediterranean. He captured Cyprus, which would thereafter remain a Ptolemaic possession until the 1st century BC. Ptolemy also took control of the Cycladic islands in the Aegean Sea, who honored him by establishing their own cult of Ptolemy Soter. At around the same time, he seized the rich trading cities of Sidon and Tyre in the Levant, as well as parts of Asia Minor that remained loyal to Demetrius. After a couple of years of relative peace, Demetrius built up an army of some 100,000 men to invade Asia and was ready to strike by 288 BC. In response, Ptolemy invaded Greece, while Lysimachus and Pyrrhus launched a two-pronged attack on Macedonia from east and west and divided the kingdom between each other. Although Demetrius took control of the Peloponnese and laid siege to Athens in 287 BC, Ptolemy and Pyrrhus supported the Athenians and expelled Demetrius from Greece. Demetrius crossed into Asia Minor and seized a few towns, but was eventually defeated in battle in 285 BC. He sought refuge with Seleucus, but was imprisoned by him and died in captivity in 283 BC. Thus, the wars of the Diadochi came to an end in the late 280s BC, with Ptolemy having carved out a position as king of Egypt, who also controlled Cyrenaica in Libya, the island of Cyprus, the Sinai Peninsula, large parts of the Levant, and some of the other islands of the Aegean Sea. The other two great successor states were the dominion of Seleucus, which became known as the Seleucid Empire and covered Syria, Mesopotamia, some of Persia, and Asia Minor, while the kingdom of Macedon would survive as the weaker of the major successor states. Many parts of Alexander's former empire became independent again, notably the kingdoms of Central Asia and the Greek city-states of the mainland. By the time the wars of the Diadochi were winding down, Ptolemy was around 80 years old and in declining health. He had spent much of his career following Alexander's death in conflict with his rivals, interspersed with very brief periods of peace and tranquility, lasting no more than a couple of years at a time. Nevertheless, while the ancient sources offer little information as to how Ptolemy approached state administration, the kingdom enjoyed stability and prosperity during his rule. Ptolemy was careful to balance the interests of the Macedonian and the native Egyptian populations. While he moved his capital to Alexandria and founded Ptolemais to extend his influence further up the Nile Valley, he recognized that he had to respect Egyptian traditions and made sacrifices to the Egyptian gods. He developed the cult of the god Serapis as a dual Greco-Egyptian deity in particular. This was symptomatic of his entire method of ruling. Ptolemy established a dual Hellenistic kingdom, where Greeks and Macedons intermingled with Egyptians. The Greeks were quite clearly the ruling elite, but as the arts and architecture of the Ptolemaic era makes clear, they adapted to local conditions. As a result, we find many friezes on temple walls, statues and death masks from the time, which depict Ptolemy and his successors in the traditional guise of the Egyptian pharaohs. Nevertheless, Greek was the language of state administration. Greek and Macedonian officials held the most important offices, and during his wars, Ptolemy tended to favor Macedonian and Greek troops over native Egyptian soldiers. Alexandria became the symbol of the new kingdom. This was a cosmopolitan city, home to large populations of Greeks, Jews, Egyptians, and other groups from Asia, Europe, and Africa. There is a debate as to whether Ptolemy founded the Museum and Library of Alexandria, or if this was his son and successor Ptolemy II, born around 309 BC to Ptolemy and his wife Berenice. The library, which was part of the Mouseion, a complex of religious and civic buildings in central Alexandria, attracted scholars from all over the Mediterranean world. The basis for them was probably laid down by Ptolemy I in the 290s or 280s BC, though they would come to real fruition under Ptolemy II. While Ptolemy preferred to allow scholars the independence to pursue their own research, he made an exception for the mathematician Euclid, who wrote his seminal Elements, one of the foundational texts in the field of geometry and mathematics, while living in Alexandria around 300 BC under the king's patronage. Construction of the library remained incomplete at the end of Ptolemy's reign, and it was up to his son Ptolemy II to supervise its completion and organize the institution as the scholarship in the known world. Ptolemy I was also responsible for the construction of the Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The completed structure stood at over 110 meters tall, the tallest man-made structure in the world at the time, with the exception of the pyramids of Giza. Equipped with a reflective mirror at daytime and a burning furnace at night, the light was visible up to 40 miles away, enabling approaching ships to enter the city's harbor safely. In wartime, the structure could also be used to serve as a warning for approaching enemy ships. While Ptolemy was responsible for the design and construction work may have started in 297 BC, it was also unfinished at his death and completed by his successor. Ptolemy was around 84 years old when he died, but as he used 2 different dating systems for his rule, it is unclear whether he died in 283 BC or 282 BC. He was succeeded by his son Ptolemy II Philadelphus, then in his early 20s, whose mother Berenice was Ptolemy's 4th and most influential wife. Ptolemy II may already have been installed as his father's joint ruler in 285 BC, not long after displacing his elder half-brother Ptolemy Coronis, the son of Eurydice, as Ptolemy I's preferred successor. At the time of Ptolemy I's death, his realm was at its greatest extent, but the wars of the successors was not yet completely over. Seleucus' death in 281 BC marked the end of the Wars of the Successors, more than 40 years after Alexander's death. In 276 BC, Demetrius' son Antigonus Gonatas, grandson of the first Antigonus, defeated the Gauls and established the Antigonid dynasty, which ruled Macedonia and parts of Greece until its conquest by Rome in 168 BC. The Seleucid Empire lasted until 63 BC, when it too was conquered by the Roman general Pompey the Great, leaving Ptolemaic Egypt as the longest lived of the successor states to the empire of Alexander the Great. Its demise is well known, with Queen Cleopatra VII becoming the lover of both Julius Caesar and Mark
Hey girl,
Antony in
what's your favorite
succession,
snack?
as she
Oh,
sought to manage her kingdom's relationship with the now all-powerful
knee
Roman
ramen.
Republic.
Oh, really?
Her
Yeah, knee
demise in
ramen. All day
30
long,
BC,
dude.
following the civil war between
Great.
Mark Antony and Octavian, Caesar's successor, ushered in the birth of the Roman Empire. Thus, the Ptolemaic dynasty that Ptolemy founded was bookended on one side by the demise of the short-lived empire of Alexander the Great, and on the other by the birth of the Roman Empire. Ptolemy I Soter began his long life in the remoteness of Western Macedonia and ended it as King of Egypt. His connections with the Macedonian elite through his mother enabled him to become an important player at court and a trusted friend of Alexander the Great. But while he served as Alexander's bodyguard and saw action in most of his battles, it is debatable how senior his position was during Alexander's lifetime. He may have exaggerated how close he was to the king in later years, and his propaganda was then absorbed by writers like Arrian, who used Ptolemy's own histories when writing their accounts of the conquests of Alexander. Ptolemy came to the fore following Alexander's death, firstly by proposing the division of the empire and claiming for himself the satrapy of Egypt, before defying Perdiccas by stealing Alexander's corpse, which he used to assert his claims as the great king's successor. It was probably at this time that he invented the spurious claim to be Alexander's half-brother in order to galvanize his claim to the throne. He proved to be a successful military leader who orchestrated the demise of Perdiccas and managed to hold his own against figures like Antigonus, Demetrius, and Seleucus for several decades. He established control of the key islands of Cyprus and Rhodes, but was unable to fulfill his ambitions of becoming king of his native Macedon. However, beyond the failure of any one individual such as Ptolemy to win the wars of the Diadochi, Ptolemy's work laid the foundations of a dynastic state in Egypt that lasted almost 3 centuries. Most importantly, it was under his leadership that Alexandria began to emerge as the greatest city in the world for a time, a utopian center of learning in the ancient Mediterranean, and a city which, even after the rise of Rome, remained the intellectual center of the Eastern Mediterranean. What do you think of Ptolemy I Soter? Should he be regarded as an effective military and political leader who left behind a stable and prosperous kingdom in Egypt to his successors, or was this only a partial success in the context of his claims to be the legitimate successor to all of the empire of Alexander the Great? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
Yo, what the fuck is this bullshit, dog? Yo, no. This ain't gonna happen, son. Pardon me. Yee. I'm Francesca Springs. That's what you said, bitch. No one cares. Got it?
The man known to history as Pharaoh Akhenaten was born at some unknown date and year, though almost certainly in the 1360s BC. He was certainly alive in 1361 BC, but most likely many years prior to this, with 1368 BC or 1367 BC being plausible candidates for the year of his birth. His father was the pharaoh or king of Egypt, Amenhotep III. Akhenaten was named after his father when he was born, and while he is known to history as Akhenaten, for much of his life he was called Amenhotep. Akhenaten, as we will see, was a name he took himself later in his life. Amenhotep III had been on the throne for around 2 decades by the time Akhenaten was born, having come to be pharaoh in the early 1380s BC. It is not known where Akhenaten was born. Some Egyptologists have speculated that he may have been born and raised in the ancient city of Memphis, near Heliopolis, a city which had a strong cult of worshipping the sun god Ra. Others contend that he was born around the city of Thebes, the more southerly capital of the Egyptian kingdom in the 14th century BC, approximate to modern-day Luxor. There, a major royal palace had been constructed at Malkata by his father, and it would probably make most sense for him to have been born there. Akhenaten's mother was Tia, the great wife of Amenhotep. Egyptian rulers practiced polygamy and had numerous wives, some often being close relatives or even sisters. Amongst these multiple consorts, there was typically a great wife, and the pharaoh's successor would normally be chosen from amongst the sons born to this chief consort. This placed Akhenaten in line to the throne, but he had an older brother who was also born to Tia, Prince Thutmose. Beyond these, Akhenaten had a very large number of siblings and half-siblings, owing to the polygamous nature of the royal court. The boy that would become Akhenaten one day was born into a part of the world which already had a very long history by the 14th century BC. Egypt had emerged as far back as the 4th millennium BC as one of the first major centers of Neolithic and Chalcolithic settled civilizations, as people began farming in great numbers along the shores of the River Nile. In ancient times, and indeed prior to the building of the Aswan Dam in the 20th century, the Nile flooded every year. This annual inundation deposited rich alluvial soil onto the banks of the river, several hundred meters inland, allowing people here to survive out of the agricultural products grown on these floodplains in an otherwise arid desert environment. Based on this, an advanced culture with a writing system, industry, and other economic elements emerged, and by the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, the pharaohs or kings of the Old Kingdom were in a position to deploy resources capable of building the Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau, next to modern-day Cairo. Unsurprisingly, a complex religious system also developed, one which lionized deities like Osiris, the god of the River Nile, on which the people were so reliant for their subsistence, and Ra, the sun god, who was so central to the lives of people who otherwise lived in the midst of the Sahara Desert. This pharaonic society had peaked early in the middle of the 3rd millennium BC, as the rulers of what is termed the Old Kingdom built the greatest of the pyramids. Thereafter, it went through peaks and valleys. For instance, the 22nd and 21st centuries BC were turbulent ones of unrest in Egypt, but thereafter the Middle Kingdom was a new period of growth. A fresh bout of chaos came in the 17th century BC, when a people called the Hyksos descended from the Levant into northern Egypt, conquered the Nile Delta and much of the north of the country from the Egyptian kings. For a period of a century and a half, Egypt was divided and harassed by the Hyksos. Yet they too were conquered over time, and in the 15th century BC, Akhenaten's great-great-grandfather, Thutmose III, had overseen Egypt's rise to a position of unprecedented national power and wealth. Ruling for over a half a century, he reunified Egypt fully, extended its power further down the Nile into what we now call Sudan, and also conquered much of the Levant into regions approximating today with Palestine, Israel, and even towards Jordan and into parts of Syria and Lebanon. Trade flourished across the eastern Mediterranean, and an ambitious building program was initiated. This period of immense Egyptian power, which Thutmose was the greatest ruler of, is called the New Kingdom period of Egyptian history. Akhenaten would benefit from succeeding to the throne, as Egypt was in such a propitious position of power, but his reign would also stand as a period of turmoil within it. As the shadowy details of his birth would indicate, there is almost nothing known about Akhenaten's early life, but such is the interest in the reign of one of the most unusual and significant of ancient Egypt's rulers that many theories have emerged over the years. One holds that he was raised to a significant extent away from the royal capital at Memphis in the north, near where Cairo stands today. Here it is posited that he was a high priest of the god Ptah, the god of workers and industry in the Egyptian religious system. We know that his older brother,
some type of fucking. Look at this. Yeah. Get real different. No. I can't walk down the street and get a nigga come. Allah doesn't come in. Everyone's like some type of fucking lunatic to do shit to you. They're out there. They're out there. But Thomas, are you gonna address the Nick situation? Nice guy, but we're here to listen to your chin. That's it. Read your comments on lives. Look at this. Yeah, do you remember Riffraff?
Prince Thutmose served as High Priest of Ptah as well for several years before he headed south to begin training as his father's successor at Thebes. The suggestion is that Akhenaten succeeded him in that role afterwards, and it may have been this time in his youth as a high priest that imbued Akhenaten with strong religious sensibilities. Other theories concern his education, with several well-known scribes at the time being suggested as possible tutors of the prince. We can be certain that one of these, a man named Parennefer, did indeed tutor young Akhenaten in his childhood years, as this Parennefer was later honored with a major tomb, where an inscription notes his role in educating the pharaoh. Parennefer would also go on to become the senior-most minister in Akhenaten's government in later years, and seems to have been a major influence on Akhenaten's life and reign. Some greater clarity is possible when it comes to Akhenaten's wives and children. Though there is still a lot that remains speculative even in this area, one thing is for sure. His great wife, or chief wife, was a woman by the name of Nefertiti. They were married at some stage in the 1350s, and so she and he were most likely wed when they were little more than teenagers. They may have been closely related, with some Egyptologists claiming that she was a first cousin of Akhenaten's or some other near relation within the Egyptian royal line. She was quite possibly a few years older than him. Nefertiti is one of the most famous royal women in the entirety of Egyptian history. This is based on multiple developments. The first being her position as chief wife to Akhenaten, who would become one of the most notorious of all ancient Egypt's pharaohs. Secondly, she is famous for a remarkable bust or statue of her head and neck that has survived over 3 millennia. This painted limestone bust was created around 1345 BC by a famous royal sculptor of the time by the name of Thutmose. Discovered in 1912 during archaeological work at the city of Amarna, it presents one of the most vivid portraits of any Bronze Age woman to have come down to us. Finally, Nefertiti is well known for most likely being the mother of Tutankhamun, a pharaoh whose gold death mask, discovered by Howard Carter back in 1922, has become a defining symbol of ancient Egypt. Beyond this, she is also a good example of a royal consort who appears to have held a position of extensive political power in New Kingdom Egypt. Akhenaten had several other wives beyond Nefertiti. One was Kia, a name which is believed to have been a shortened version of Tatukipa. If so, she most likely was a princess of the Mitanni royal family, a people who ruled an area around Kurdistan today, where the borders of Turkey, Syria, and Iraq meet. Accordingly, her marriage to Akhenaten would have been political to cement diplomatic relations between Egypt and a near neighbor. Other scholars of Akhenaten's reign argue that Kia and Tatukipa were two different wives. Kia was nevertheless most likely of foreign blood, as she is described in some inscriptions as being Akhenaten's favorite wife, one who evidently could not rise to the position of great wife, as she, unlike Nefertiti, was not of Egyptian blood. Akhenaten also possibly married a daughter of the ruler of Babylon in Mesopotamia, though her name is unknown, while there is speculation that he was married to an unidentified sister of his. From amongst these marriages, Akhenaten had many children. His marriage to Nefertiti resulted in 7 or more children, most of them daughters. There were numerous other children from his other unions, though the exact details of these cannot be reconstructed from the available evidence, and there would doubtlessly have been some who died in infancy as well, for which no record of their existence has survived. Akhenaten's earlier years were lived in the knowledge that his older brother, Prince Thutmose, was their father's designated successor, and so he would succeed as pharaoh upon Amenhotep III's death. But Thutmose died sometime in the early to mid-1350s. With this, Akhenaten became the new heir, and so from the mid-1350s, by which time he was most likely only just entering his teenage years, he began to co-rule with his father, an arrangement which was usually established to train in a successor in the key elements of government and the religious obligations of the
Yo.
pharaoh. There would also
Yo, Rabbi.
No way. Look who I don't even need to be told. This is Flack.
Wax, yeah, Rabbi, what's up, man?
Yeah, how you living, Flax? What's good, son?
I'm just chilling. I said I'm checking out Rabbi for a little bit.
Word, dog. All right, you ready for an update?
Yeah, man, what's up, then?
I've been on like pretty close to 20 podcasts in the last month or two.
Damn.
Yeah, I've got 2 scheduled this week, maybe more. Talking about everything interesting from futurism to clandestine projects to advanced propulsion to the idea of getting off world to life extension technology, mind uploading technology, revivification technology, you name it. I've been talking about it. I did an hour long one on Friday, a 3 hour long one on Thursday. I had a 2 hour one published on Tuesday. I did another 2 hour one last Monday. So I've been rocking it, my man.
That's good to hear, man. Keep doing your shit. I fuck with that.
Word, dog. How about you? What have you done recently?
I just know, I don't know, I just been streaming. I've been, like, just doing my thing. I'm moving soon, all that good stuff. Like, I've been, like, just, I don't know, I've been solving the world. I've been, like, very busy, like, super busy. Like,
Okay.
so busy.
How many hours a week are you streaming?
I don't even know. My last stream was kind of short, but I did like a 50 an hour the other day.
50 an hour the other day?
I did a 50 an hour stream.
Oh, that's good.
Yo, there's hella people in the court now. Like this weekend, like I see like people streaming stuff.
Word, dog. Yeah, I've got a good group of people who live in here with me.
That's fire. Rabbi, you look, you need to write a book, bro.
That's what I was told on Thursday. And I think I will, but not yet necessarily. But especially with AI, what might have taken 2 to 3 years to write as a book, you can do in a month easily. And
Bro, what do you think about AI?
I think it's a tool that can be used for either good or bad, positive or perhaps negative, just like fire or the wheel or steam or electricity.
I feel like AI is slowly destroying the earth. Does that make sense?
All right, well, you can believe anything that you want, big dog. Right?
Nah. Yeah, that is true. Like I saw things I imagined type shit, you know?
Word, dog. Have you been staying out of trouble?
Yeah, I haven't got banned in a minute. I haven't got banned in a minute. I feel like that shit I'm streaming, you know? Can you see my chat right now, or you just doing your own thing?
Oh, baby, I'm doing my own thing. I don't need chat. All right. Have you talked to Eddie Craven recently?
I never had a conversation with Eddie.
Is he dodging you?
Nah, it's just like I've never had like an opportunity or anything to just be like, hey, what's up, Eddie? Like I never got a gift itself or any of that.
Okay, why do you think he's dodging you?
Nah, I don't think he's dodging me. I feel like we just our paths just never like aligned.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: what are your thoughts on Clavicular being on the front page all the time?
Shit, I don't know. He's doing his thing, I guess. I'm not a super good. I got like he's particular, I guess. That's all the only thing I can say.
Dude, he sucks, and Kick sucks, and Kick sucks for letting him be on there. He shot either with a gun, a dead alligator or a dying alligator. That's like promoting violence. I don't understand why they ban him for one day and then let him come back. I don't get that. I know he brings a lot of views, but he bots himself. He's like maybe the most notorious botter in the history of the platform. Uh, in my opinion, Kick's all about money. That's all they care about, and they don't care about consistency. I'll just lay it to you straight. I spanned Kick for a long time, but then I stopped, and about a year went by or so, maybe 6 months, and I hadn't spammed anybody. And somebody came in here, a big streamer, top, let's say, 100 streamer on Kick, and they were like, you know what, Rabbi, it's been long enough. Have you contacted Kick and asked them if you can come back? And I was like, no, I was going to wait a little longer, but they're like, you should do it. Like, what you did wasn't that bad in comparison to what some of the other people have done on the platform. So I'm like, fine. I emailed them. I'm like, hey, I haven't done anything wrong. Can I come back? You let Jack Doherty come back. You let all these other people come back. But like Jack Doherty was texting while driving on your stream, promoting not good things, and could have killed somebody. And you let him come back. They told me no. I said, okay, well, can I come back in a year if I don't spam anybody? They said no. I said, what about 5 years? They said no. I said, what about 50 years? They said no. So I said, you left me no choice than to just spam everybody because you're obviously not caring if you recognize that I either will spam you or you let me come back. Like if they would have said, come back to us in a year, we'll think about it. And even if they had no intentions to let me back, well, then I wouldn't have spammed them. But the fact that they were like, no, in 50 years, we won't let you come back. Well, then F you, dog. I'm going to go and I'm going to create more clips on individuals than have ever been created on your platform. And if you go to any streamer who is like a small streamer and you go to their clip page, it's just Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Rothschild. Every single one. Because they don't get a lot of people clipping their stuff. So it's free advertising for me. And for like a big streamer, I don't do it as much because they get clipped more often. But small streamers, I dominate those. And then they come in here and they're like, hey, you clip my friend or you clip me or what's the deal? And it's free advertising. But I told Kick in an interview with Ori. Do you know Ori the Kid?
The Kid, I'm not too familiar.
Yes, you do. Ori, Ouri. Ori the Kid he's at Ori the Kid.
I need to see his face or something. I'm not
just
I'm not good off like names.
I know. Just type into Kick Ouri.
Why am I typing it?
Ouri. I believe he's Ori the Kid.
Alright, I'm gonna search him up right now.
Ouri.
Yeah, I got it. Ouri. Let me see. Ori. Is it just Ori or Ori the Kid?
It's Ori the Kid. Ourithekid.
Why don't I see him? I think I might be retarded.
No, you're not. Spell what you're spelling to me. Read it to me.
Ourida Kid.
No, The. Ori the Kid.
Oh, The. The. I was thinking like the. Yeah, he's not really popping up on my Kick.
Yeah, he's not on mine either. Go to. Hold on a second. Did somebody steal his name? Go. Oh no, he got just Ori. Ouri. Just go to Ouri.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I don't know what this is.
Okay, that's all right. He streams a lot, and I was in one of his streams, and I was showing him how Kick had something broken on their end, and we like basically wanted to send it to Kick, the video to Kick, so that they could see that basically they had an issue on sign up. When you tried to sign up with a new account, it would reject you and it wouldn't tell you why. And I was showing this to him, and we sent it to Kick. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Kick found out about it. They removed his video. Look, fortunately, I was able to record it, and I sent it to Eddie Craven, and now he and I are friends on Discord. So I know, like, at least he appreciated me telling him how to fix his platform. But for the other
Who
people,
Eddie?
Eddie Craven, the owner,
Who Eddie?
what'd you say?
Yeah, I know. No, I said W Eddie.
Oh, yeah,
like
W.
Shit
Eddie. Exactly. So, 100% on that. But, yeah, in terms of Kick, I don't know how much you think it's growing. I don't know if you feel like it's growing, if you think it's plateaued. I feel like it has plateaued. I feel like Rumble has plateaued. Um, they're just like, they're not getting a huge amount of growth. I mean, do you think that they're getting a lot of growth?
I mean, Dean the Great and Adrian Baller ain't doing anything. There's other streamers have been like getting hella viewers recently too.
Dude, but do you ever go to botted.wtf and it tells you how many people of those are bots? It's like 99%.
Yeah, you told me about that.
99%.
You told me about that site.
Their whole front page, 99% is just bots.
That's like down on Twitch too. They need to make one for Twitch.
There is one on Twitch. It does do Twitch.
Oh shit! I need to look at it.
It does both sides. And the top 100 people who are streaming, 99% of all their views are botted. There are only like, of maybe the top, maybe 200 people on Kick or Twitch. There are only maybe 5 people who have like legitimate, they don't bot themselves. It's really just who can bot themselves the most.
Have you been on Twitter recently?
Yeah, dude. I had somebody retweet me yesterday for an interview that I've done. Yeah, I've been doing some Twitter Spaces, but that's another kind of dying. I don't know if it's dying, but it's not seeing the growth that it once was. However, when cryptocurrency is popping, Twitter Spaces is popping. It's giant. But the crypto market, I think Bitcoin's under 60K now, has just been depressed, and not a lot of people are doing it. So the big one that I've been doing is podcasts, and those have been great. I've been on a lot of panel podcasts. I did an AMA for 3 hours on Thursday, and what I've done, I've created robots that go through all of Spotify and all of iHeart and get any publicly available email accounts, and then they put them into a spreadsheet for me, and then every day from 4 different accounts, I email 30 people. So that's 120 emails that I'm putting out a day. And then of that, I'll get 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, people who email me back saying, hey, I see what you're doing. It's really cool. Would you like to be on my podcast next week or whatever? And I found a lot of fortune with that. It's a good strategy.
Good shit. Good shit, Rabbi.
Absolutely. So that's what I've been doing. You said you're moving. Where are you moving? Tahiti?
Nah, just to a new place.
Okay, very well. Are you excited to move?
What's up?
Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm gonna be excited. I think that's when I start working my hardest with streaming and stuff. Because I gotta get back in my bag. I'm being lazy.
Okay. Have you done any gambling on stake recently?
Nah, I don't really gamble.
Good for you, dog. Okay, in terms of the World Cup, have you been watching it?
I watched a couple games. I watched the Brazil Japan game today.
All right. What are your thoughts on the World Cup thus far?
It's pretty cool. I like that guy from Sudan who's like standing like the statue and stuff. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is cool. That guy's amazing.
Yeah, I don't know how he can stand it for so long with his hand up. That's like really, he really invested into that. I don't blame him,
100%.
bro.
That dude, that guy needs to be on the Tonight Show. They need to interview that guy. Like, how did he
He's
get so?
making awareness. Yeah, he's making awareness on what's going on in like Sudan and stuff. I like that.
Yeah, well, it's like, how did they? How do you figure out that you've got that gift? Is it like you just were you when you were little? Were you able to just stand still really well, or is it something you developed? I'd love to interview that dude. Okay, who's gonna win the World Cup?
I don't really know. I don't know too much about football like that. Like I really don't. But I think France might have a fair shot with Mbappe.
100%.
Or Argentina might go. Argentina might go back to back.
Potentially. France looks good. Argentina looks good. Spain looks good. Germany was losing earlier today to Paraguay, which is, I'm going to check the score
That's an
right.
upset, right?
Big time, big upset. So we're going to check the score right now. It's tied in the 17th minute. So we'll see how that one goes. Brazil won. They beat Japan. And a full breakdown. I'm going to give you a full breakdown right now. So you better keep your pants on. Hold on to your hat because here we go. This is Rabbi Rothschild's 2026 World Cup update. So Paraguay, Germany 1-1. Brazil beat Japan. Tomorrow, or later today, we've got Netherlands, Morocco. That's a big game. Tuesday, we've got Cote d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, and Norway. France and Sweden, that's a big game. Mexico, Ecuador, that's a big game. Then on Wednesday, we've got England, Congo, Belgium, Senegal, and USA, Bosnia Herzegovina. How do you think the USA is going to do?
I don't know, but they've been doing a good ass shot recently, though. Are they still undefeated?
They lost Friday to Turkey. They lost
Oh shit!
3-2 in the 98th minute.
Damn, that was a good game, there.
Yeah, it was. It was tied for like most of it. All right. On Thursday, we've got Spain, Austria, Portugal, Croatia. That's a big game. Switzerland, Algeria. And then Friday, Australia, Egypt, Argentina, Cabo Verde, Cape Verde, and Colombia, Ghana. And then Saturday, Canada's already made it to the next level. So they play somebody. So that's what we've got. It's a round of 32. Canada beat South Africa, and they're going to play the winner of Netherlands Morocco. Germany's tied with Paraguay right now. They're going to play the winner of that plays the winner of France Sweden. We've got Cote d'Ivoire playing Norway, and they're going to play Brazil. And then we've got Mexico Ecuador playing England. They're playing Congo, and we've got Belgium and Senegal playing USA, Bosnia Herzegovina, Spain, Austria playing Portugal, Croatia winner, Argentina versus uh, Cabo Verde, Cape Verde versus Australia and Egypt, and then we've got Switzerland, Algeria versus Colombia, Ghana, and that's the round of 16, and then the round of 8. Canada's already in, and Brazil's already in, and the final takes place July 19th at noon. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts is I'm waiting for the real football season.
That's what I get. All right, do you do fantasy football? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Oh yeah, I do. I do fantasy football.
All right, who are you looking to draft this year?
With the first pick,
Yep, we're giving the first pick to Flax.
Bijan Robinson.
That's a terrible pick. Why wouldn't you pick Christian McCaffrey?
Christian McCaffrey is getting up there in age, man.
Dog, he put up like twice as many points as any other player last year.
Yeah, but like he always like at one time I drafted him, he got hurt for like most of the season.
Yeah, that happens. But he's worth it, dude. He's like far and away the best player. So long as he stays healthy.
No, yeah, he's good on fantasy for receiving yards and like rushing yards too. But like my concern with him is like his ability to stay on the field.
Agreed. All right, now here's my question to you: who are you going to draft at quarterback?
Who am I going to draft by quarterback? Either Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
Lamar Jackson sucked absolute dick last year. I drafted him. He was gone half the year. Take Josh Allen
Oh yeah, that is.
all day long. Okay, who are you taking as your receiver?
Oh, Justin Jefferson.
All right. Okay, who are you taking at tight end?
Tight end. I'm not really good with the tight end picks. Who would I drop that tight end? I'd probably go with. Oh, that's a hard one. The tight end for the Falcons. Like I forgot his name.
Okay. Who are you going with as your defense?
Yeah, I'm going with the Rams.
Yeah, they should be Myles Garrett this year.
Yeah, they got Myles Garrett, so I'm definitely going with the Rams.
Who are you picking at kicker?
Kicker? Whoever's left.
All right. Who's that guy for the Cowboys? He's really good. Brandon Aubrey. That guy's really
he's
good.
Pretty good. Yeah, he's kicker for the Jags is pretty good too.
That guy kicked a 61-yarder or some really long kick.
Yeah, I think he broke the record.
But it was preseason, so it doesn't count as much. But yeah, that was giant. He kind of had a disappointing year though, considering like he did that in preseason. All right. Who else are you picking at running back?
Running back? Devon Achane.
That's a good one for Miami.
Yeah, I'm a Dolphins fan, so I gotta get it.
Okay, and what about receiver?
Receiver, Jamar Chase. But he's probably gonna be long gone.
Oh yeah,
in the first round.
Definitely. Is Tyreek Hill done?
Yeah, I think he might be done. Sadly.
Dude, I've taken him the last 2 years, and the last 2 years he's been really disappointing. He got hurt in like September, October last year, and he tore his ACL, his MCL, his everything.
Yeah, I watched that live.
That is terrible. Okay, let's see what's going to happen to him this year. He is.
Oh, sorry. Finish what I say.
He was released by the Dolphins.
Yeah, we released him.
Did they consult you on that move?
Nah, they didn't. They just do what they want to do. They blew up the whole team. I think the Dolphins will have a horrible record next season. We'll tank them.
Who are you going to play at quarterback?
We just signed him. I forgot his name. Malik Willis.
Is he going to suck?
I don't want him to suck. I want him to play pretty good. You know, maybe that could be our future quarterback. He was doing decent for the Packers.
All right. Now here's my question to you. If you had a spot on your roster, an extra spot, would you take Tyreek Hill?
Nah, I think he's done.
Okay.
I think
I'm with you on that. He just lost his speed. Yeah. And I've always mad respected him for buying the Twitter handle Cheetah. I think that's baller as fuck.
That is tough.
Dude, and then he, on the first game of the year, he was in handcuffs. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah, they arrested him for, like, no reason. Then he came back and still played for us like that.
Yeah, he did. That was such bullshit. All right. What are your thoughts on Etienne.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
Eh, I just don't hope he gets hurt. Like he did really good last year, but he has a long rap history of being hurt.
All right. What are your thoughts on Zay Flowers of the Ravens?
Zay Flowers, oh Zay's pretty good.
All
He's
right.
pretty good.
How about would you take um dude, the Baltimore Ravens in the first game of last year looked like the best football team that has ever played football ever. They had Derrick Henry, they had Lamar Jackson balling out, Zay Flowers balling out. Everybody was just playing like amazingly. And then it was all downhill from there. But I remember watching them like, this is the best team that's ever played. They looked so good for like a quarter. It was, or like for like a half. It was unreal. They just looked, everything was amazing. All right. Uh, would you take Sam Donald in the uh, in the draft?
Nah, yeah, I would take Sam Donald. He's pretty good.
All right. Would you take Derek Charbonnet?
Nah, I don't know too much about him.
Nobody does. He plays for Seattle. He sucks. No, he won a Super Bowl.
All right,
You're heading out.
I gotta let you. I
Okay.
was gonna say I gotta let you go because I gotta go back to stream.
All right. Well, as the football season gets closer, come back and we'll review
I got you.
your projected picks. Let me know what number you're at in terms of your draft, and best wishes to you. Thanks for coming in, Flax. Shout out to Flax
No,
Life,
it's not
everybody. Shout out to Flax Life. Shout out to Flax Life. Everybody follow Flax Life on Kick. Take care, big dog.
You know I always gotta check up on your rabbi. I'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Take care, big dog. Shout out to Flax Life.
A growing awareness of the fact that Amenhotep perhaps did not have long left to live. Statues and other visible depictions of the pharaoh dating to the 1350s depict a ruler who looks to have been aged and sick, while DNA evidence from his mummy indicates he may have been suffering from obesity and arthritis, though he was still only in his 40s. Incidentally, contrary to some popular views that the Egyptians had very effective forms of dental care, Amenhotep was also suffering by the time Akhenaten became co-ruler from teeth that were plagued with cavities and which would have caused him serious pain. It was this obese, arthritic, and pain-ridden figure who managed to rule down to around 1351 BC, though perhaps as late as 1349 BC. Upon his death, Akhenaten ascended as pharaoh in his own right, initially with the regal name Amenhotep IV, though he would soon change it to Akhenaten. The first years of Akhenaten's personal rule were distinct from what followed. The 4 or 5 years in question, down to 1346 BC, have been termed the Karnak years by some Egyptologists, to indicate that he was still continuing to rule in a regular fashion from the seat of government near the temple of Karnak in the capital of Thebes, on the course of the river Nile in central Egypt. He was most likely crowned here, though possibly at Memphis, the ancient capital of the Old Kingdom. There are also inscriptions and other documentary and material evidence from the early 1340s which point towards Akhenaten continuing to worship multiple ancient Egyptian gods such as Ra, Amun, Ptah, Hathor, and Nekhbet, while textual inscriptions also refer to the gods in plural. He also continued to develop the city of Thebes, a metropolis which was at the heart of a rich and energetic kingdom. The late Bronze Age was a period of immense vitality and wealth of a kind, which would not be seen again until the Greek culture of the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Thebes was at the very heart of this, a bustling city where industries like stone cutting, painting, glass making, pottery making, and other crafts, as well as professional schools for scribes, medics, and other skilled workers flourished. Furthermore, with a possible population of between 80 and 100,000 people, there is a chance Thebes was the largest city in the world at that time. Life here in the first few years of Akhenaten's reign would have appeared perfectly normal. Few could have predicted what a strange turn things were about to take. Another feature of these Karnak years was Akhenaten's completion of some of the building projects which his father had initiated during his long reign of some 4 decades. This focused on the mortuary site which Amenhotep had developed at Kom el Hedin, across the Nile River from the city of Thebes. The majority of the mortuary temple here has been destroyed over the centuries, but the layout of it can be reconstructed. It would have consisted of rows of pylons, indoor sanctums, and outdoor sun courts, so that there was an interplay of light and dark along the walkways. This was a standard practice of ancient Egyptian religious buildings, and if rituals were held here at specific times of the day, the shafts of light penetrating through specific parts of the building would have made a deep impression on participants in rituals here, particularly where gold objects were used to refract the sun's rays in different ways. It all points to the way the sun was already central to the Egyptian religious system, and provides a backdrop to the religious changes Akhenaten was about to undertake. Elsewhere in the building, 2 gigantic statues were erected, known today as the Colossi of Memnon. These 60-foot-high stone monuments loomed over the western bank of the River Nile, and could not have failed to impress people voyaging up and down the river on boats. The building work on the temple and the carving of the Colossi was also completed around 1350 BC, most likely just after Akhenaten had become pharaoh in his own right, and he would have overseen the rituals which no doubt accompanied the solemnizing of the new temple structure. The first years of Akhenaten's reign were normative in other respects. He continued to add to the great temple within the city precinct on the right bank of the Nile in Thebes. Here there is even an inscription depicting the new pharaoh making offerings to the god Ra, though elsewhere there was a subtle profusion of shrines and other religious spaces dedicated to the sun god Aten in the early 1340s. Elsewhere in Thebes, Akhenaten oversaw a Sed festival in the 2nd or 3rd year of his reign. This was in itself a rather peculiar move on his part. Sed festivals were the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a royal jubilee. They were typically only held after 20 or 30 years of the same pharaoh being ruler of the kingdom, and then every 3 or 4 years thereafter. In calling one within a few years of his accession, Akhenaten was indicating his willingness to break with tradition. His motive in doing so may have been a desire to establish continuity between his own reign and that of his father, and it is noted that the date of it may have fallen around the 40th anniversary of Amenhotep III's accession. If this is so, perhaps Akhenaten felt some vulnerability about having been a younger son and only emerging as the heir and then pharaoh in the course of the 1350s. The Sed festival may have been organized in an effort to proclaim the legitimacy of his reign and cement his status as the new pharaoh. While there were normative elements to Akhenaten's reign during its first years, it would soon take a dramatic turn that has created an infamous position for the pharaoh within the history of ancient Egypt. The shift came in 1346 BC, though for how long Akhenaten had been considering this new course, or why he decided upon it at this time, remains a mystery, with no clear answer. This all centered on the deity Aten, also spelled Atun, Atonu, or Eden, in various other references to him on temple inscriptions. The word itself derives from Old Kingdom Egyptian and refers effectively to a disk or sun disk. Therefore, in its earliest incarnation, the name Aten was used simply as a noun to refer to the spherical or disc-like appearance of the sun when viewed in the sky. Over time, the term Aten became one which was used to refer to a sun deity or god. Aten was just one such sun god. The most popular and important of these was Ra, one of the most important of all the Egyptian gods and goddesses, one who was said to travel through the sky in an ark every day, bringing light to the world. While in the evening he retired and night fell. Aten was just one of over a dozen deities which emerged around the worship of the sun, day and night in Egypt over the centuries. These practices of multiple forms of sun deity were reflected in a great many other ancient cultures of the Chalcolithic, Bronze and Iron Ages. What is unusual about Akhenaten's actions is the fact that Aten was still a relatively minor deity by the 14th century BC. Although there is evidence that the importance of the sun deities was growing in the Bronze Age world of the Eastern Mediterranean around this time, Akhenaten now went one major step further. For reasons which will remain elusive, he decided to proclaim the worship of Aten as a form of state religion. In this new religious system, the personification of the sun as a disk became central, stripped of many of the complex mythological elements which pertain to the worship of the sun through Ra and other more well-known sun gods. Although much of the material record of the worship of Aten was subsequently destroyed and wiped out by his successors, it is clear that temples were built or rededicated to the new god by Akhenaten, and inscriptions were set up on altars and worshipping sites to the new deity. The pharaoh even changed his name. It is from around this time at the end of the 1350s BC that he began being referred to as Akhenaten or Eknaten, meaning something akin to effective of Aten, or one who is dedicated to Aten. The latter decision was not entirely unusual. Egyptian rulers and nobles were often named after different deities. Ramesses, the name borne by many of Akhenaten's successors, includes the name of the sun god Ra. Thutmose III, Akhenaten's great forebear of the 15th century BC, was named after Thoth, the god of wisdom and magic. The traditional nature of naming oneself after a god aside, the move towards active worship of just one deity was quite unusual for the time, one which effectively leaned towards a form of monotheism. Though, as we will see soon, there is a major debate amongst Egyptologists about the nature of the new religion. Before turning to the specifics of the new religion and how Akhenaten sought to expand it, it is worth trying to reconstruct the philosophical basis for it, a task which is made difficult by efforts to destroy the memory of Akhenaten's new religion by his successors. Firstly, the worship of Aten was perhaps derived in large part from outside influences. Whether from the Levant, the wider Middle East, or further afield, there are Semitic aspects to it. In this sense, Akhenaten's decision to adopt it as the state religion points towards the growing prosperity and cosmopolitan nature of the late Bronze Age world, one in which ideas trafficked between cultures over hundreds of kilometers. Secondly, it was something of a more personal religion insofar as it involved a more direct communication between the individual worshipper and the sun deity, whereas Egyptian religion in the main used intermediaries, priests who received the offerings of lay people and then offered them to the gods for them. One of the reasons why Akhenaten's innovations were possibly so violently reacted against after his death was that he was alleged to have attacked the privileges of the powerful priestly classes. These were some of the core traits of the new religion, and we see inscriptions from the time and images which show people making offerings directly to Aten without priests and temple officials involved. There is, as we have already noted, a wide-ranging debate amongst Egyptologists and historians of Akhenaten's reign over how we should classify this new system. The traditional view, back when the details of what Akhenaten had attempted, and as modern Egyptology developed as a discipline in the early and mid-20th century, was that it was effectively a form of monotheism. This is the idea that one god should be worshipped exclusively. Christianity, Islam, and several other modern religious systems are monotheistic. By way of contrast, ancient Egypt and indeed most other ancient religious systems, such as those of Babylon, Greece, and Rome, were all polytheistic. That is, they worshipped multiple gods, or a pantheon of sometimes hundreds of gods and goddesses. While it is tempting to see the brief experiment in the worship of Aten as a form of monotheism, it seems more plausible to describe it as a form of monolatry. This is where the existence of a wide pantheon of deities is still accepted, but one is now placed in a position of singular importance. The idea here is that Akhenaten was not trying to disavow the existence of the other gods and goddesses, but that he was proclaiming to his people that Aten should be worshipped above all others. There was also a form of syncretism involved, the borrowing of other cultural practices and incorporation of them within one's own system. The belief is that Akhenaten proposed affording Aten a position of singular importance within Egyptian religious life, influenced by outside ideas from the Middle East and the Mediterranean world about the importance of sun deities. Some have argued that this cult of a powerful sun deity might have origins in the religious systems of the Semitic people of the Levant and Middle East, and that Akhenaten was influenced by ideas which entered Egypt from this region, as the New Kingdom expanded there during the reign of Thutmose III and his successors. One of the other core components of the new religion was to proselytize or spread it by acquiring large numbers of adherents. This is an issue which has concerned Egyptologists greatly, as they wonder if Akhenaten simply established a new cult and hoped it would acquire followers over time, or if he aggressively attacked the cults of other gods. The picture presented from the evidence of inscriptions and other material which has been recovered is complex. It is suggested that initially in the late 1350s and early 1340s BC, he began to introduce a new cult of Aten alongside other gods. But over time, this was expanded to favor the new cult of Aten when it came to royal patronage. Then, towards the end of the reign, there might have been a watershed moment at which he became much more aggressive and actually began trying to actively undermine the cults and temples of prominent deities like Ra, Bath, Amun, Thoth, Seth, Mut, and others. In particular, there was an active campaign of attacking worship of the god Amun, who had become, along with Ra, the most preeminent deity within the Egyptian pantheon by the 14th century BC, and who had an especially strong cult following in Thebes. As such, Akhenaten does seem to have actively tried to undermine the worship of other deities, but the degree to which he did so, and whether or not it was evenly distributed amongst all the other gods and goddesses, is a matter of debate. Another key aspect of Akhenaten's religious revolution was the establishment of a new capital dedicated to the worship of Aten. It isn't surprising to learn that ancient Egypt had different capitals at different times, when we consider the enormously long span of ancient Egyptian history, one which would eventually play out over more than 3 millennia. In its earliest days, the capital was located in Thinis, a city which we still don't even know the location of today. Around the 27th century BC, the capital was moved to Menepha, or Memphis. This was located on the banks of the River Nile, just south of the delta and within the southern suburbs of modern-day Cairo. Not long afterwards, the pharaohs began building up the Great Pyramids at the Giza Plateau not far away from this new capital. Memphis remained the center of power and governance down to the end of the Old Kingdom. The capital then moved around at various times, spending nearly 3 centuries during the Middle Kingdom period at Ichtawi, but increasingly became fixed during the New Kingdom period at Thebes, much further down the River Nile at the site of modern-day Luxor and near the Valley of the Kings. The reasons were twofold. On the one hand, a more southerly position allowed the pharaohs to govern their new territories to the south in Sudan or Nubia more effectively, while Thebes' position was solidified during the period when the north was ruled by the Hyksos. Thebes had become a flourishing economic, commercial, and religious center by the time the north was recaptured, and had remained the capital down to Akhenaten's time. He would briefly interrupt this primacy during his reign. Beginning around 1346 BC, Akhenaten initiated the construction of a new capital city, 100 kilometers north of Thebes, on the right or east bank of the River Nile. Today, we know the site as Amarna, though in ancient times it was called Akhetaten, meaning the horizon of the Aten, a name which indicates the choosing of the location as a place where the rising sun, coming east over Egypt, could be seen with great clarity. This was compounded by the fact that the city was centered on an acropolis or hill known to Egyptologists today as the Royal Wadi. The city was to be a dedicated governmental and religious center for the worship of Aten, and was to function as the seat of the royal court. This was largely a virgin or greenfield site, which had little settlement on it prior to the beginning of the project, beyond a small village which might have been in the vicinity. Tens of thousands of laborers would have been deployed here in order to speed the construction work along, and large sections of the Egyptian economy must have been turned over to providing building material and other goods in order to erect a city out of nothing, a not inconsiderable project given the resources available to ancient states. A city which emerged in nearly complete form by 1341 BC, if the dedication inscriptions on some buildings here are accurate, was spread out along a 13-kilometer stretch of territory on the east bank of the River Nile. It was divided into a north and south tree